Yes. Before we start the proceedings, I see Mr. Odesi is here, and I also received a request by Mr. Sibara's team that we should start with the case management meeting. I'm not going to do that. This is not going to prolong us. I'm not going to do that. I want us to proceed with this matter. The case management meeting will do it at a later stage, as I've indicated. We're going to start with the proceedings. Thank you so much.
And so that is Jesus.
Where is the interpreter? And I think Mr. Pinal should be ready.
Morning, Judge. The interpreter is not in yet. I tried inquiring with the principal interpreter. They're still trying to find out if she's here or not.
are having. I'm going to, yes, Dr. Manamela, I'm going to propose that we now take the tea adjournment, resume at 20 past 11, and then we've got someone who's going to assist us, and then we'll proceed after that.
Right, please, Your Lady.
Right, please, the court, Your Lady.
Okay, the court will then adjourn. We'll resume at 11:20. Thank you.
As the court pleases.
As it pleases your ladyship.
Good morning.
Good morning, my lady.
Your surname again?
Mokajane.
Mokajane.
Yes,
Um,
my lady.
Miss Mokajane, are you a sole interpreter?
Yes, I am, my lady.
Yes, I think you also assisted us previously in these proceedings. Am I
Yes,
correct?
my lady. That's correct.
Okay. Do you swear that you will interpret these proceedings from English to Sepedi or Setswana, and from Sepedi, Setswana into English to the best of your ability?
I do, my lady.
Thank you so much. Dr. Manamela, Mr. Pinar, are you ready? Before we do that, the witness is reminded that she's still under oath.
Me Manamela ba le gopotsa gore le tsere ka no bolela nnete akere.
Go bjalo ke a leboga.
I confirm, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady. I am ready and able to proceed, my lady.
Okay, please do so.
Good morning, Dr. Manamela.
Ba le dumedisa Dr. Manamela.
By way of introduction, I'm Advocate Pinar, representing and appearing on behalf of Miss Hannah Jacobus.
Miss Anahu Jakuabas. Ke repinara o tlo go bolelang me Manamela a re o emetse Ana Jacobus.
Ke a leboga.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady. And before I commence with my cross-examination, Dr. Manamela, I would like to impress upon you to carefully listen to the questions put.
Dr. Manamela ba le kgopela gore bjale ka ge ba tlo go le botsisa dipotsiso ba kgopela gore le di utlwelle gabotse gore le kgone go araba ka tsela e maswanedi. A utlwagetse mo?
Ke a kwešiša.
I do understand.
As far as possible, I will endeavor to put questions to you in cross-examination which only require a yes or a no response, or it's correct or I deny it's not correct.
A re o tlo go le botsisa dipotsiso tse e leng gore di tlo tlhoka gore lena le arabe ka ea or nya or le arabele ka gore ga e jalo le gore e jalo. A utlwagetse maitsho. Ra utlwana Dr. Manamela?
Ke a e utlwa e fela ke sa nyaka go bolela gore ko mental health ga re no ba le di-yes or no all the time.
I do understand, Mr. Pinar, but with mental health, we don't deal with just a yes and no.
Yeah, but Dr. Manamela, we have been through this for quite some time. There are questions that you just listen and you feel that it needs a yes or no.
Ra le utlwa me Dr. Manamela le judge wa tlhalosa gore dipotsiso tse ding di tlhoka fela gore le re ya go ba nya.
Ke tlo di dira bjalo. Ke no re ge o na le tše di nyakang gore o bolele ke seke ka bona o ka re ke a defy.
Okay, I do understand, my lady, but I will also respond in the same manner. But if there are questions that needs for me to explain, please do not think that I am defying you.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr.
May
Pinar.
it please the court, my lady. Dr. Manamela, just the further issue I wanted to raise with you is if I intend or require an explanation, I will specifically request you to provide an explanation.
Dr. Manamela ba re ge ile gore ba tlhoka gore lona le tlhalose ba tla le bolotsa gore le tlhalose. A utlwagetse mata?
Ke a kwešiša.
I do understand.
And should you not understand a question, please immediately indicate or respond by indicating that you do not understand, and then I'll endeavor to put the question in a manner or pose it in a manner that is understandable.
And Dr. Manamela, ga ile gore go na le putsiso e le gore ga le ekwe ga botse ba kgopela gore pele le ka araba le hlalose gore re kgopela gore le buseletse putsiso because ga ra ekwa ga botse then ba kgone gore ba e hlalose. Ga o utlwagetse mara?
Ewa kwagala.
I do understand.
May it please the court, my lady. Now, Dr. Manamela, I'm going to kick off the marathon project as it's been referred to. Was actually finalized with the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract. Is that correct?
Dr. Manamela, marathon project le na lona ko Esidimeni e sale ya feleletsa e feditse ko Life Esidimeni go bja?
It ended up with the termination of the contract between the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay. Ba re e feditse contract ya teng e sale ya fela magareng ga Life Esidimeni le Life Esidimeni and what, my lady?
Let me assist you. What counsel is putting to the witness is that the so-called marathon project,
Yes.
ultimately lended to the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract between the Gauteng Department of Health and Life Esidimeni.
Ba re project marathon project e ne le teng ile a felela ka gore o feleletse e le gore contract ya teng e a fedishwa magareng ga Life Esidimeni le Gauteng Health Province. Go bjalo.
Yes.
Go bjalo.
That is correct.
Dr. Manamela, during October 2016, was the mental health budget being prepared, or had it been prepared for the 2016-2017 financial year?
Dr. Manamela, ka ngwaga wa 2016 a go ne go dirilwe budget ya mental health for jara ya 2016 le 2017.
October 2016.
October 2016 go fitlhela 2017 a budget ya mental health e ne se se dirilwe.
Our budget I dirwe ka October, e dirwa na mo bo January.
The budget is done in January, not in October.
Sorry, but may I just reiterate? After termination of the Life Esidimeni service level agreement on the 30th of June 2016, was it necessary to prepare a new budget for the 2016-2017 financial year?
Dr. Manamela, a kere contract e terminated e fedisitswe ka di 30 tsa June 2016. So a ne go tshwanetse gape go thomiwe gape go iriwe budget e nngwe go ba budget go ne go iragalang mo ka budget.
Budget e ka fetulwa mara e be se e lore ya fetulwa ge o na le di changes. Mara ga e dirwe ka October, e dirwa between February, March, January. So go na le bothata e tla fetulwa.
Okay. The budget was already done But if there are some changes that are incorporated, then the budget will also change. But we don't do the budget around October. It is done around February, March, or January.
Now, subsequent to the 30th of June 2016, with the transfer of mental health care users to NGOs, was Tshwane obliged to present you with a mental health budget spreadsheet?
Ana, morago ga di 30 tsa June 2016, ya ka o setse go dirilwe mental health budget, e leng gore e tla be e fetiseditswe le ko di NGOs tse dingwe. So a ba ga tshwane ne go tshwanetse gore ba le direle gape spreadsheet sa budget.
Ga ke gopola botse ba dirile spreadsheet sa budget around January, February. A ke gopole ka morago. Mara ga o na le di-changes re a di incorporate later.
If my memory serves me well, the budget was done in January or February. But if there are changes that are made, we incorporate them in the budget.
But if I may, Mr. Pina.
May it please the good lady, sorry.
Just a second. I didn't hear you putting an outline of the questions that you're going to ask this witness. And furthermore, I'm asking myself, this issue of the budget, where does it take us with regard to the issue of causation? I don't know where you're going with your questions.
Lady,
you didn't set the foundation for the cross-examination that you will be doing to this witness.
Sorry, my lady. My apologies for that. It slipped my mind. But the relevance of the cross-examination is to gain clarification on certain issues which I intend addressing when making submissions at the end of the inquest proceedings, my lady.
Yes, but this issue of the budget, where is it taking us?
My lady, I would submit.
Whether it was done in October or what, but why raise the issue of the budget? Did it come in the evidence?
Well, lady, I will, I'm not going to labor this point specifically, my lady. But I would request the opportunity to be granted one final question with regard to this aspect.
But I want to understand first, why are you asking that question? I don't have an answer yet.
My lady, I'm posing these questions in cross-examination to be able to utilize it as substantiation for my submissions at the end of the inquest proceedings when I address your ladyship, my lady.
Just before I close the issue, can I hear anybody else regarding this? Because I don't understand where we're getting with these few questions that I've just been listening to. I've noted Mr. Martin. Anybody else? Is that Mr. Martin's hand that I'm seeing? Mr. Late, are you there?
I am here, my lady.
Can I first hear Mr. Martin?
That's correct, my lady.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I'm
The
not.
witness can just step aside for a few minutes. Yes.
Okay, my lady, I'm not sure if I missed it earlier, but I understood that your ladyship handed down a directive some time back that at least the basic structure of the cross-examination would be explained and how it might be relevant to the issues. I think if that had been done, we might have a better sense of whether or not this examination is going anywhere. But my concern is that we cannot just cross-examine as though this is some sort of a commission of inquiry. There's a very specific focus in this matter, and that focus is causation, or it's whether or not the death was unnatural, whether or not, or what the cause was, and whether or not anybody can have that cause attributed to them in a way that might result in a criminal sanction at some stage in the future. And my submission is, if after a while it appears as though a line of cross-examination just really is not getting to that, I don't see why it should be allowed to continue, as it pleases.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
That's correct, Lady. I agree with Mr. Martin. And for Mr. Pienaar, just to say that he asked these questions to be able to address the court at a later stage is not sufficient. This court must know what the relevance of the evidence you want to get from the witness. The primary rule of evidence, the first rule of evidence is relevance. And to merely tell this court that he asked the questions because he wants to address the court at the end of the inquest is not sufficient. He must explain to the court what the relevance is and what his address will be if he says that he wants to lay a basis for his address. Otherwise, he doesn't explain the relevance of the questions. As the court, please.
Thank you. Mr. Late, apologies, Mr. Pienaar.
May it please the
Judge,
court.
can I just request that Mr. Pienaar just adjust his screen because it's too close to the camera? Much better. Thank you.
Continue, Mr. Pienaar.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, my submission is simply, I did tender my apology because I did not indicate that at the commencement of my cross-examination when your ladyship pointed that fact out to me, my lady. It was a remittance on my side, and I apologized for that, my lady. But with all due respect, my lady, I am not called upon, and at this stage, to explain what my argument or will be at the end of the proceedings. I'm cross-examining, as I've indicated, in order to substantiate what I would endeavour to present to your ladyship at the end of the proceedings, which I, with all due respect, am entitled to do, my lady. Otherwise, it can result in a situation when I make submission saying, but that point was never raised. You had the opportunity, but now it may result in a situation where I would counter that with all due respect, my lady, and say, but I was prevented from following that course. I'm not going to keep the court, this honourable court, occupied with irrelevant, it may seem irrelevant to my learned friend Mr. Late or even Mr. Martin and my other colleagues, but at the end of the day, I have to present my case or obtain evidence to support my submissions when I address your ladyship at the end of conclusion of these proceedings, my lady. And it's only on that basis that but I'm not going to, as I indicated to your ladyship, labour this aspect, my lady. I intend moving on to other issues, but all of the issues on my cross-examination is to gain clarity from the vast cauldron of evidence presented by Dr. Manamela to support my client's case when submissions are being made. May it please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Late?
As a court, please, my lady, it seems that Mr. Pienaar didn't listen to my argument. He didn't listen and hear that I said that the primary admissibility factor of any evidence is relevance.
Correct.
And
Yes.
if he cannot tell the court what the relevance is, that evidence is inadmissible, and he may be forced to indicate admissibility. Otherwise, the court should not allow him to ask these questions. Mr. Pienaar doesn't understand that you are bound by the rule of self-evidence. You cannot just ask the questions and do what you want to in any court matter. You are bound by rules, and one of the rules is relevance. You must indicate the relevance, as the court pleases, my lady.
Thank you so much. Do you want to respond to this? Although you have already responded, but if you want to.
May it please the court, my ladyship, with all
Without
due respect,
repeating what you have just said.
yes, with all due respect to Mr. Light, it is straight law of cross-examination that a party is entitled to cross-examine on issues, obtain evidence which can be utilized when addressing a court at the conclusion of such proceedings, my lady. And that is what I am endeavoring to do, my lady.
Okay.
And no more than that. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you. I've listened to Mr. Pienaar's questions to this witness, and I've also afforded him the opportunity to address the court regarding the relevance to the issues before court. And I'm not persuaded that the questions that he has been asking since he started his cross-examination touch on the issues that are before court, and I'm therefore not going to allow that. He said he's going to move on, let him move on, but before he does this, I still require him to lay the foundation, the basis for the cross-examination that he's pursuing on this witness. Thank you. Mr. Pienaar, can we call the witness back?
May it please the court, my lady. My cross-examination will be founded thereon.
Where is the witness? I don't see the witness.
I'm arranging it to come back, my lady.
Please do.
Sorry, my lady, would you require me to continue or wait till the witness is present?
Yeah, let's just wait for the witness. She's not there yet.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yeah, now your picture, it has darkened now, Dr. Manamela. I don't know what is happening there.
I don't know, my lady. I just went out and now I'm too dark.
Yes, it's very, very dark, and I don't think you even took the right position there.
Let me try. But I'm still dark.
Yeah, I think, yeah, but it's still dark. Let's continue.
My lady,
You
if
can
the
just
witness,
take the right position.
if the witness can just sit opposite the light, the light should be in front of her.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
there
then
it is.
just move to where the light is, my lady. That would be better.
But now she's moving away from the camera. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I
All
can't move with the laptop. It's still the same, but better.
Yeah, that's much better, but you must just take the proper position. Don't sit very close to the camera. Thank you, Mr. Pienaar, you may proceed.
May it please the court, my lady. My lady, my cross-examination will be aimed primarily thereat to present a scenario that confirms and provides clarity on the time frame, the haste that was involved, the nature of the project that was being implemented in order to substantiate a submission which I foresee I would be presenting at the conclusion of this matter, my lady, in support of parties who may have incurred culpability for an offence or a crime, which at this stage I cannot, and I do not intend preempting or jumping the gun until such time as I've elicited the answers or answers of a certain nature, then I would be able to support and substantiate such submissions, my lady. So that is the purpose of the cross-examination I intend presenting. And I do not intend, with all due respect, my ladyship, regurgitating all the evidence that has been presented by Dr. Manamela.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Mogojan, don't worry, we are not expecting you to interpret this. I can see that obviously Dr. Manamela understands. Yes, Mr. Pinar, we'll just listen to your questions when we feel that we are not seeing where you're going. If you are not close to the issues that are before court, the court will intervene, right? But we're going to allow you to, we don't want you to be informing us about the submissions that you will make at the end, but the court is not preempting you to put your version to the witness and what your submissions will be at the, to the witness and what your submissions will be at the end. You may then proceed.
I'm indebted to your ladyship. May it please the court, my lady. Now, Dr. Manamela, is it correct that the Gauteng Department of Health acts and at all times, or let me break my question, acts as a guardian for medical patients? Is that correct?
Dr. Manamela, a go jalo gore Gauteng Department of Health ke yona e leng gore ke yona e thusang ka go rotloetsa Department ya Health.
Just before she answers, okay, just before she answers, I think if my memory serves me well, this question was asked during cross-examination by one of your colleagues.
May it please the court, my lady, indeed, but I want to expand on this aspect, that's why.
Yes, but if it can be, I mean, if it can be asked differently, to say that she confirmed that indeed the department was the guardian of these mental health patients. Yes, you may proceed.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Manamela, we have heard initially the Life Esidimeni contract was to be terminated on the 31st of March 2016. Is that correct?
Go jalo Dr. Manamela gore contract ya Life Esidimeni e ne tshwanetse gore e fedisiwe ka di 31 tsa March ngwageng wa 2016. That is correct.
And due to concerns raised, an extension was granted to the 30th of June 2016.
Ka baka la matshwenyego a ileng a tlhagisiwa ke mo ileng gore go okediwa malatsi go fitlhela ka di 30 tsa June 2016 go jalo. That is correct.
And initially, the strategic plan or national strategic plan was postulated on the period 2013-14 to 2020 for a reduction of beds or bed occupancy by Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Me go ile gwa nna le puisano kgotsa ba tshwaela ka gore go tloga ka 2013, 2014, 2020 go tshwanetse gore go nne le phokotso ya dibete ko Life Esidimeni. That is correct.
And the Gauteng Department of Health was entitled and authorized to enter into an agreement. Misinterpreter?
Me a yanong go jalo gore ba Gauteng Department of Health ba ile ba tshwanela gore ba tsereganye ba tsenelle mo puisanong e kgotsa mo tumelanong e. Ra utlwana Dr. Manamela?
With any non-governmental organization or public or private provider of goods or services to perform functions and duties under the Mental Health Care Act. Is that correct?
I think the question is did you capture it, Ms. Mkhojane?
I was going to ask that Mr. Pinar should at least curtail the question because I'm now confused. I asked the first question, now something is added, so I don't know if it's wrong or what is happening.
Whether yes, if you can rephrase, please try to shorten your questions, Mr. Pinar. Dr. Manamela, just check your position. Let me see. I don't think Dr. Manamela's position is proper because she's still dark. And it seems she's also very close to the camera. Mr. Sibara, if there is anybody who can assist her.
We'll check the technician to intervene.
Yes, but while we proceed, right? We are not going to stop. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Pinar.
I just want to ensure from Madam Interpreter.
I got the first part, Mr. Pinar, the Gauteng Department as a guardian who intervened had to come in the agreement.
Sorry. May I repeat the question then?
Okay.
Yes, you rather do.
Is it correct, Dr. Manamela, that the Gauteng Department of Health was entitled and authorized, Ms. Interpreter?
Okay. Dr. Manamela, a go jalo gore Gauteng Department of Health e ne e filwe maatla
to enter into service level agreements with non-governmental organizations
gore e tsena mo puisanong le di NGOs
or public or private providers of goods
kgotsa di public or government goods.
Public or private?
Public or private goods, Dr. Manamela.
Provider of goods or services.
Ba ileng gore ba fana ka di goods kgotsa dithoto kgotsa ditshebeletso.
E be na le tokelo ya go dira jwale ge e nyaka.
Yes, it had the authority to do so if it wishes to do so.
And where such agreements have been entered into,
A gona le dipuisano tse e leng gore go ile gwa tsena mo go tsona. tse e leng gore o na le kitso ka tsone?
It was incumbent that such providers of goods or services
Interpreter?
A go na le puisano tseo tse go ileng ga tsena mo go tsona kgotsa ditumelano mabapi le ba fanang ka dithoto, di-goods le di-services?
had to perform their functions and duties
Gore ba direle ditirelo tse di rileng, di-functions,
in terms of the provisions of the Mental Health Act.
tse e leng gore di tla thusana le batho ba ba nang le malwetse a tlhaloganyo, mental health.
In terms of the Mental Health Care Act.
Go ya ka molao wa tsa batho ba ba gobatsegileng ka tlhaloganyo.
Nkare
Is that correct?
Potšišo ebile e telele mara ke lekile go ya raba ke tla. Agreement e swantše be gona ke nnete. Ene ke tseba gore
Just give the interpreter the chance.
Ere ke ipitise, Doctor. The question was very long, but I tried to answer it as it was asked. So I will answer the first one. Yes, there was an agreement
jwale ka ge e reportile mo go nna.
as it was reported to me.
La bobedi ke gore ge ba kgopela di-license e be le sešupo sa agreement.
Secondly, the reason for them to ask for the license, it was a way of showing that there was an agreement entered into.
E dirwang go di-district, not in my office.
The agreement that would be done in the district, not in my office.
May it please the court. My lady, with all due respect, that was not my question as I phrased it, but nonetheless, I will take note of the answer. And
I'm going to
not
request
going
you
to
that.
expand on that further.
Okay, but I'm going to request you, Mr. Pinar, your questions, let them be shorter, please. Because if they are too long, it becomes difficult also to interpret it.
May it please the court, my lady, I will endeavor to do that.
Please, continue.
Dr. Manamela, is it correct?
There is someone who's talking to Dr. Manamela. I'm not going to allow such things to happen. Please respect court proceedings. I don't know whether it's somebody who's trying to assist you there. It can't be right while the court is speaking, somebody is busy with the cross-examination and somebody wants the attention of the witness. Mr. Sibera, I understand that we said she should be assisted with her position, but she should have asked for the permission of the court to say, I've got somebody here, let him attend to me, so that the court can give her an indulgence. It doesn't augur well when the court is in session, then people just talk to a witness like that.
My apology, my lady. Someone was coming to help me.
Are you done?
No, not done. Can we try? I'm still dark. I'm still seeing. Can we try? Just 2 minutes, maybe.
Okay, please mute yourself while you do that. And we're going to give you a few minutes so that we can proceed. Thank you. Still not sorted.
I think it's better than that side, but
I think we will just continue. You'll sort that during the lunchtime.
Okay.
Thank you. Where is the interpreter?
Lady? I'm here, my lady.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Manamela, is it correct for the Gauteng Department of Health to perform, Ms. Interpreter?
Dr. Manamela, a go jalo gore go siametse ba Gauteng Department of Health go dira tse di latelang?
Its obligation as guardian
Go dira tiro ya bona jaaka motlhokomedi
of mental health care users
yo tlhokometseng batho ba ba gobatsegileng ka tlhaloganyo.
service providers
Le di-service providers.
Mr. Pina, can't the question be limited, please? It's too long.
Sorry,
If you
my
can
lady.
just try to shorten it, just say one thing, let the interpreter interpret, and then the witness answers, then you continue with the next point. I don't expect you to be reading all the points that you want to highlight at the same time. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady, I will endeavor to do that. Is it correct, Dr. Manamela?
Ya go jalo, Dr. Manamela?
Go bjalo.
That is correct.
Is it correct of what? Because we are still listening to the question. Now you have already answered.
I think she was answering the first one.
The first one.
Please please just rephrase, because otherwise there's going to be a problem with the record.
May I repeat the question, my lady?
Yes, please repeat, and Dr. Manamela must listen first before she answers, please.
May it please the court, my lady. Is it correct, Dr. Manamela, that the Gauteng Department of Health
Ka go jalo, Dr. Manamela, gore Gauteng Department of Health
as guardian of mental health care users
ya ka motlhokomedi wa batho ba ba gobatsegileng ka tlhaloganyo
had to perform certain obligations?
e tshwanetse gore e tsweletse pele e be e dire dilo tse di rileng tse e leng gore e tshwanetse ya di dira go ya ka matla le ka matla a bona kgotsa matla a ba filweng.
O jwale ho rona le tse ba santse ba di dire.
Yes, it is true that there are things that they are obliged to do.
Continue.
Is it further correct, Dr. Manamela, that this obligation placed on the Gauteng Department of Health
Go jalo gore matla a filwe kgotsa a rwesitswe bona ba Gauteng Department of Health
obliged the Gauteng Department of Health
ona matla a ba filweng ba pateletsega ya ka Gauteng Department of Health
to exercise supervision and control over non-governmental service providers.
Gore ba bone gore dilo di tsamaisiwa sentle ka mo tlase ga ba go laela ba ba di-NGOs go bona gore ba latela dilo ka tshwanelo.
Ee, go bjalo.
That is correct.
And is it correct, Dr. Manamela? It was an important facet of this obligation.
A go jalo gore seo e ne le sona se se go godimo se se botlhokwa thata.
Ee, go bjalo.
That is correct.
To authorize and license
Yes.
non-governmental institutions
Gore ba fane ka ba bontshe matla a bona mo go le go fana ka di-license mo go di-NGOs.
Ee, go bjalo, o bile bjalo.
to mental
That is
health
correct.
care users.
Segolo tse di dirang ka batho ba ba gobatsegileng mo ditlhaloganyong. A go jalo Mmaitse?
Ee, go bjalo.
That is correct.
Is it correct, Dr. Manamela, that the emphasis in the exercise of this interpreter?
A go jalo gore se se gatelelwang thata.
Yes, continue in the exercise.
Was primarily aimed at the care
Mo tsweletsong pele ke go bona gore ba fitlhella tlhokomelo
of the mental health care users.
mo go ba leng gore ba gobatsegile ka tsa tlhaloganyo. E feletse potso Maitshware. A utlwagetse mma?
Ee, ke a ekwa. Ee, o bile o bjalo.
That is correct.
Further, Dr. Manamela, is it correct that the Gauteng Department of Health was obliged
A go jalo gape gore ba Gauteng Department of Health ba ne ba tshwanetse gore
to ensure
continue Mr. Pina.
Continue,
Yes.
Mr. Pina.
to ensure that the care provided
Go bona gore tlhokomelo e ntshiwang kgotsa e diriwang
should be provided with the least restrictive forms of care.
e tshwanetse e diriwe jalo go latelwa gore tlhokomelo e nne e maleba. E feletse potso mma, a utlwagetse?
Gore thuso if you were with less restrictive
Ka tlhokomelo.
ka tlhokomelo e seng ya strict a ke no e beya jwale. Least restriction of care ke nnete.
It is true that the help or the assist or the license that they were supposed to give has to be with less restrict of care.
Yeah. Dr. Manamela. Until such time as Project Marathon commenced,
Go fitlhela ka nako e leng gore go tla simolola marathon project e.
satisfactory care had been provided by Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Tlhokomelo e maleba e ne e tlhaga ko Life Esidimeni gonne kgotsa e dirwa ke ba Life Esidimeni a go jalo.
Go bjalo le ge le re ke ye nngwe le nngwe o tla no ba le selesela mara go bjalo.
It is true, even though each and every care will encounter this and that, but it is true.
May it please the court, my lady, Dr. Manamela, with due respect, I had made no reference to the occurrence of this in my question.
The question again?
I think the witness has answered. Dr. Manamela has answered my question satisfactorily.
Yes, you may move on. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady. May I just be granted an opportunity just to bear with me to get my notes sorted. Dr. Manamela, the original strategy was aimed at a reduction of beds. Is that correct?
Dr. Manamela, go potso ke gore a go jalo gore sentlentle se se ne se lebeletswe ke gore ba bone gore ba fokotsa dibed. A go jalo?
Bjalo.
That is correct.
And Dr. Manamela, in the first year of implementing the national strategy, a reduction of beds was attained.
Mo jareng ya ntlha ya gore go dirisiwe go latele tsamaiso eo ya go fokotsa dibete, seo se ile sa feleletsa se tsamaile ka mokgwa o matshwanedi kgotsa o ne go ratilwe ka ona.
Se ile sa kgonega mara e seng ka nako e e beilweng ka gona.
Yes, it did, but not according to the specified time.
Furthermore, Dr. Manamela, the strategy to reduce bed occupancy.
So, Dr. Manamela, tsela e latetsweng gore go fokotse batho ba ileng gore ba dirisa dibed
was granted a time period of 5 to 6 years. Is that correct?
e ne e lekanyeditswe go dingwaga di ka nna 5 go ya go tse 3, 5 to 6 years. A go jalo?
Dingwaga di le 5.
It was 5 years.
Can we ask Dr. Sikwini to move, just to switch off her camera because the proceedings are on. She's interrupting the proceedings. If anyone can just call her, not to show on the screen. Continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Manamela, is it correct that the Gauteng Department of Health at that stage believed that was sufficient time
a go jalo gore ba Gauteng Department of Health ba ne ba dumela gore nako eo ba fanang ka yona ke nako e lekaneng.
ke tla e tlhalosa.
Ema pele mother, ema pele doctor re a feleletse potsiso.
within which to reach or attain that target that was set.
Gore ke nako e lekaneng gore ba ka fitlhella target ya bona.
Go bjale go reach target ya 1,000 beds in 5 years.
Okay, it is true that the target was to reach 1,000 beds in 5 years.
Now, Dr. Manamela, a process of attaining this goal sorry, Ms. Interpreter.
I thought we are going to continue. I don't know how to ask that question because it's just too short for me to ask.
Sorry, I thought. To ensure
I don't see the witness.
Dr. Manamela?
Madam, we are attending to it. We seem to be having serious connectivity problems on that side because of rain.
Yeah.
Can I be seen now? Can you see me now?
Yes, but you seem to be coming very close to the camera. I don't know. All right, continue, Mr. Pinar. I nearly said Dr. Pinar now. Continue.
I'm indebted to your ladyship for the rise in standards.
Mr. Pinar, can you start the question over because there was an interruption?
Sorry, Ms. Interpreter. I've lost a bit of my thought now, but let me put it, I'll rephrase it. Is it correct, Dr. Manamela, that the time period of 5 years was sufficient to ensure
A go jalo Dr. Manamela gore lobaka la dijara di le 5 e ne le lobaka le le lekaneng gore ba ka ra tswele pele.
to ensure that no unnecessary discomfort
E le go bona gore go netefatsa gore ga gona ope yo e leng gore o tla amega ga maswe
and the least restrictions in the medical health care users care would be attained.
with the what?
Medical health care users
Go botlhe ba e leng gore ba ne ba dirisa ditsamaiso kgotsa ditirelo tsa botshelo jo bontle.
restrictive forms of care would be attained.
Gore restricted care of form e tla be e setse morago. Ke dirisa lentswe leo kganna ke bona kare ke lona le o tla le tlhaloganyang sentle mmaitso.
Nka e fetola ka tsela e ka gore e be se termination be re sa tswalele be e le reduction.
My answer to that question would be The intention was not to close down, but just to reduce.
ene ke ka mokgwa re be na re be re bona e ka bereka.
And it was the only way that we could see it will work for us, or it will work.
Dr. Manamela, my question was specifically directed with regard to the time period of 5 years for reduction of beds would be the least restrictive to ensure proper care for medical health care users.
Yena a re potso ya gage ya magana fela le lobaka la dingwaga di le 5 le go dibete tse leng gore le batla go di fitlhella gore ga go dirisiwe di restrictive care measures.
Ke a latlheanyana gore ba ra eng bo advocate ba restrictive care measures.
I am a bit lost about on the question of advocate when he talks about restrictive care measures.
May it please the court, my lady, Dr. Manamela. You agreed at the earlier question that the Gauteng Department of Health is obliged as guardian of mental health care users to ensure that institutions with whom, sorry, would you like to interpret that, Ms. Interpreter?
A re ha ile gore wa gopola o ile a go botsa potso e reng ba Gauteng Department of Health yaka ile bona batlhokomedi ba tsa ba ba gobatsegileng ka tsa tlhaloganyo.
To ensure that such institutions perform their functions and duties
Ba tshwanetse ba bone gore di institutions tse ding di latelela ditsela tse di matshwanedi
with the emphasis on the care of mental health care users in the least restrictive forms.
Go bona gore tlhokomelo ke e tsepameng mo bathong ba gobatsegileng ka tsa tlhaloganyo ntle le go dirisa restrictive care measures.
Yes, before she answers, I think there is a hand. I don't know whether it's Mr. Sibara or Mr. Makani.
It's Mr. Makani, my lady. Unfortunately, my lady,
Yes.
the device I'm using, if I use the device that has the camera, it will kick Dr. Manamela out. I don't know how to use it. But my lady, I don't know where my learned friend is going with his cross-examination, my lady, because let's not just ask questions for the sake of asking them, because
The witness to present. Yes, carry on.
my lady, unless if I'm wrong, Advocate Pinar SC represents Miss Hannah Jacobas, and his cross-examination should be limited to as far as implication would be with regards to Miss Hannah Jacobas. But if we just go, some of the things that he's asking, I just can't have a precise paragraph and page. Some of these things have been dealt with by other colleagues. It might have been phrased differently, but it's the same things. So we're going to find ourselves in a situation where the witness is going to indicate that she's tired, because she's being asked things that, if you look on the record, most of it are there. But should we then allow my learned friend to just cross-examine and ask questions which we don't know where he's getting, unless if he can enlighten us as to how does his cross-examination assist his clients in as far as her client's version, or as far as the Dr. Manamela has implicated his client.
Thank you.
That would be on.
Mr. Pinar, Mr. Late.
Well, I've been listening now since Mr. Pienaar started his cross-examination and he gave the assurance that he will not revisit evidence already on record, but that's all that he's been doing since he started his cross-examination, revisiting all the evidence that is already on record, just confirming it with the witness. I don't know where he's going with this. If he's got something to put to the witness, do it, but don't revisit all the evidence. I know he's so sure that nobody should prescribe to him to how to do his work. But at this stage, he's just going nowhere. He's just repeating everything that's already on record.
Thank you. Mr. Pienaar?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect, my questions that I've put at this stage are questions that emanated from the mass of evidence that had been presented by Dr. Manamela at earlier stages, when she gave her evidence in chief and in her prolonged cross-examination without these specific aspects being addressed specifically. And as I indicated to your ladyship, I am addressing these issues simply and with all respect in order to found my submission at the conclusion of this inquest on the fact of culpability, the fact that my learned friends do not perceive that at this stage cannot be attributed to me, my lady, with all due respect.
Mr. Martin?
Pleases your ladyship. My lady, that it goes without saying that relevance should be evident, at least on some level. The moment we reach the stage where we say if relevance will one day become evident, or perhaps it may one day become evident, so therefore nobody can interfere with my line of questioning in any way, then we lose the whole conventions of how we question a witness. My submission is that at the very least, at some stage, there should be some evidence in the questions that there is relevance not only to the questions that your ladyship needs to determine, but also to Mr. Pienaar's client. I just don't see it. I don't see how the culpability or causative effect that we're all going to have to deal with at some stage in the future is evident from any of these questions. And if there is a suggestion that one day they might be relevant, can Mr. Pienaar at least tell us with perhaps a bit more specificity as to how they might be relevant? Because then the witness is not here. It's not going to be disclosed to her. She's been asked to leave. But that would put an end to this debate.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pienaar?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friends, and I say this with respect also to this honourable court, am entitled to conduct the cross-examination on behalf of my client in a manner that I, with all respect, deem to be appropriate. And if the answers that I elicit support the evidence of my client when she testified, I need not repeat such evidence to the witness, my lady. With all due respect, my lady, do not, and we have listened in this court, this honourable court, in the past few weeks to exorbitant, lengthy cross-examination to which no complaint was raised, notwithstanding the irrelevancy thereof at that stage. But be that as it may, my lady.
Can we not even go there? Because the court cannot just sit and listen to the evidence, and there comes an excuse to be saying that the other people who cross-examined earlier on were not stopped. just answer to the questions, to the issues that are raised. Can I interject? I think I saw a hand by Mr. Late, so that you can just finish your argument at once.
May it
Mr.
please
Late?
the court, my lady.
My lady, Mr. Pienaar clearly has the cat at the tail. If you have a look at the provisions of the Inquest Act, a person is allowed to ask questions that is allowed by the court. And if a court stops a person asking certain questions, he cannot ask those questions. And if opposing parties has objections to the irrelevance of questions, this court has the duty and has the power to stop Mr. Pienaar. He cannot tell this court that he wants to ask his questions in any way he likes to do it. There's a certain purpose for these proceedings, and these questions should be addressed for this court to, in the end, address those questions the court must answer. He cannot just ask the questions that in any way he wants to. Unfortunately, that's not how the criminal procedure, how the law of evidence, and how court procedure works. He's not at the party at this stage. He's busy with court proceedings.
Thank you. Mr. Pienaar, just on this, and then the court will have to make a ruling.
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friend, Mr. Late, I wish I was at the party, but I am not, my lady, with all due respect. I'm sitting with inclement weather all around me, and the fact remains, my lady, as a representative of my client, I am entitled and obliged to proceed and cross-examine and elicit evidence which supports my client's evidence that she presented in chief and during cross-examination, when issues have to be addressed at conclusion of this inquest. But my lady, it must be kept in mind, there is a clear indication in the Inquest Act that the court will be called upon to make an adjudication on culpability of one form or another against one or more persons or even institutions, my lady. And my cross-examination, if it's properly heeded, it will be noted what it is aimed at, my lady. But nonetheless, my lady, I'm not transgressing into irrelevancies. And
okay.
I'm proceeding.
I saw your hand, Mr. Late, but I think I must rule on the issue, unless if you are going to bring in something new.
My lady, I just wanted to mention, I requested and the indulgence was granted to consider my position with regarding cross-examination today. I did that and I proceeded, and I believe I've succeeded to curtail my cross-examination. But certain issues that will come to the fore may have been addressed or put to the witness, Dr. Manamela, which resulted in lengthy expositions and explanations which were irrelevant, my lady. I'm not relying on the fact that they were permitted. That's irrelevant at this stage, my lady, with all due respect. I just mentioned it, and that's for no more than for the sake of mentioning. But my lady,
Thank you, Mr. Pienaar.
that's my submission, that I not be curtailed in my cross-examination. Should your ladyship be of the opinion at the end of my cross-examination that my cross-examination was in toto irrelevant and therefore inadmissible, your ladyship can hand down a directive, it should be struck from the record. May it please the court.
Thank you, Mr. Pienaar. Mr. Late?
There is something new that Mr. Pienaar just said now, and maybe you should keep it in mind that the court cannot make a finding that an institution is responsible for the deaths of any of the deceased. It must be a person. It might be a legal person, but it must be a person, not an institution. That might curtail his cross-examination if you keep that in mind.
Thank you. Mr. Makani? Is it Mr. Makani or who? But I saw a hand.
No, it was me, my lady. I just wanted to answer just to the last part of saying he should be allowed to proceed if your ladyship at the end feels that the
should issue a directive.
No, my lady. I don't support that. The witness can't be subjected to a cross-examination that is aimed at nothing.
Okay, thank you. Can we close this matter? Is there any other point, Mr. Makani?
None, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pienaar, I've given you ample time now. Do you want to say something here, just in brief, on only these responses by the two?
Sorry, my lady, may it please the court, my lady, with due respect. The managers or managerial portion of an institution can be or can attract culpability, but if such institution has legal personality, it can still attract legal culpability, my lady.
Okay.
And at this stage, no evidence has been presented what the legal status of, for example, NGOs are or were at the time. But nonetheless, should they be clothed with legal personality, and that even if that comes to the fore after conclusion of the inquest, this inquest, it can still be acted upon. May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you so much. I've listened to Mr. Pienaar's cross-examination since he started. Well, I tried to indicate to him that I don't see where his line was going at the beginning when he started. And now he assured this court that he will need clarification on certain issues. I kept on listening, and well, if you seek clarification, let it be clarification, and you don't repeat the evidence that is already on record or issues that have been dealt by your colleagues previously. So far, up to this point, I must say that I don't see how this part that he's pursuing is going to assist this court. I just don't like intervening at any time, every time when counsel is busy cross-examining a witness. Mr. Pienaar, I'm not persuaded that this line that you are following is going to assist this court on the issues that are before court. But I'm going to allow you to proceed with your cross-examination. Please refrain from repeating, and let us just understand where you are going with your cross-examination. Thank you so much.
May it please the court, my lady. I'm indebted to... I don't know
if you want us, it's now 1:45. If you want us to break now so that you can clear your thoughts and for us to proceed, we can still resume either at, I think we can resume at 1:45. Is that fine with you?
May it please the court, my lady, I would be indebted to your ladyship.
Okay, can the witness come back? Is that a hand or you forgot to lower it, Mr. Makani?
My lady, I forgot to lower it. I'm arranging that she goes back to...
Okay, please do so that we shouldn't take the time. Dr. Manamela,
Dr.
the
Manamela,
court will take a lunch adjournment now and we will resume at 1:45. You are reminded that you are still under oath and can the interpreter just warn you?
Dr. Manamela re tsaya nako ya dijo go fitlhela ka 1:45 mme o santsane o le ka mo tlase ga kano wa gopotsa ge gore o sa le morago ditaelo tsa go ba ka mo tlase ga kano ga o beile ope ka sepe. Ra leboga maetso.
Ke a leboga.
Understood, my lady.
Thank you, court agents.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Pinar, are you ready to proceed? Yes,
the lady.
Is reminded that she's still under oath.
Dr. Manamela ba le gopotsa gore le tserekano go bua nnete fela ke re ma.
Ke a leboga.
Confirmed, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Pinar.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Manamela, do you agree that the period of 5 years in which to reduce bed occupancy was reasonable and practical?
Dr. Manamela wa dumela gore lebaka la dijara tse 5 tse 5 le lekane gore jaaka ne le sweditse go fokotsa dibete ke yona nako e siametseng gore e ka kgona gore e fitlhelele seo ne le se lebeletse.
Ke ka moo re ile ra dia.
Yes, that is why the 5 years period was put aside.
Would you also agree, Dr. Manamela, that a period of 3 months in which to effect the transfer of medical healthcare users placed an onerous burden on the Gauteng Department of Health?
A dumela gape Dr. Manamela gore lebaka la dikgwedi tse 3 gore go transportwe balwetsi ba ne go le mo magetleng a Gauteng Department of Health.
A se re shumiše lebaka la dikgwedi tše 3 ke kwešiše mohlomongwe khansele ba timetšinyana moo.
I did not mention anything about the 3 months. Can the question be phrased differently?
May it please the court, my lady, Dr. Manamela. Our question is simple. A period of 3 months in which to transfer medical healthcare users in order to ensure that to meet the termination date of 30 June 2016 placed an onerous burden on the Gauteng Department of Health.
Wa dumela Dr. Manamela gore dikgwedi di le 3 tse e leng gore di ne di lekaneditse gore go transferwe balwetsi mme mmereko o beilwe mo magetleng a Gauteng Department of Health. Seo se ne se ka ba ketefala. A o dumelana le seo? E ne le morwalo mo go bona.
Ga e be le kgwedi tše 3 e tla ba morwalo.
If it is on the period of 3 months, it would indeed be a burden.
That is her response. She says, if it was.
If it was the period of 3 months, I agree that it would be a burdensome.
I want to put it to you, Dr. Manamela, as head of the Mental Health Directorate in the Gauteng Department of Health, you were well aware of this situation, of this state.
Wena ya ka ile le wena o no o le motshwari yo eteletseng pele mental health ya go Gauteng, Dr. Manamela. The question is?
Just
It's a statement I'm putting to Dr. Manamela. She can either agree or disagree.
Yes, the statement is, as the head, she should be what?
If you can just rephrase, and I've noted Mr. Makani before she responds. I must give Mr. Makani an opportunity. Yes, just rephrase what you have just put to the witness.
For Gauteng province.
You were well aware of the fact that a time period of 3 months within which to finalize the marathon project in order to meet the termination date of 30 June 2016?
O no etse tlhoko gore go dirisa dikgwedi di le 3 mo projecting e ya marathon gore le kgone go fitlhella tsotlhe ka letsatsi la di 30 tsa June.
Was impractical and unrealistic.
E ne le lobaka le leng gore ha le kgonagale. A o dumelana le seo kgotsa wa se ganetse?
Before she answers, Mr. Makani.
The witness can step aside a bit.
Okay. Dr. Manamela, you can step aside. Mr. Makani.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I don't think the question is fair to the witness, because the question should be posed in view of the version or of the evidence before this inquest. The version of Dr. Manamela is that she did not take the decision to terminate. Therefore, whether the 3 months or whatever period of the 5 years was adequate or not, is that a fair question to be directed at Dr. Manamela? Because the evidence before this court is that she was not the decision maker of terminating the life Esidimeni contract. Therefore, hence I don't wish to go back to my earlier objection, because we're still in the very same line of cross-examination. Yes, we all know whether she knew or not. How does it assist your ladyship now? Because the evidence before this court is that she was not the decision maker. She was just an implementer. Whether 3 months or 5 years was adequate or not, how does it assist you?
Thank you. Anyone else before I go back to Mr. Pina? No one. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady. With all due respect to my learned friend, the question is relevant, it's to the point. The fact that Dr. Manamela was not the author of the decision originally does not detract from the fact that she was a senior official, a director of mental health care users, and in terms which she has admitted of the Mental Health Care Act, she represented the Department of Health, Gauteng Health, as a guardian of medical health care users. And it's my submission, the question, or the statement rather, not the question, the statement put is fair to elicit a response from the witness which could reflect adversely. I don't say it will and would, but it could reasonably reflect adversely on her culpability.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Once
Lee.
argument is presented, I please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
My lady, I must agree with Mr. Makani. The evidence is clear that the decision to terminate did not lie with the witness, and she had no choice in exercising her duties as guided by seniors or the senior management of the department. What her opinion of the term available for the movement of the mental health care users is irrelevant to this court.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you have answered, Mr. Binar. Do you still want to say something? Because Mr. Late didn't come with a different opinion. He didn't come with a different submission. I mean, he's just agreeing with what Mr. Makani has submitted. Do you want to say something?
I just want to, there's one aspect to refer to, and that is the mere fact that Dr. Manamela testified she is not responsible for the termination, and it was her superiors, does not exclude by necessity culpability. We do not know, neither has such evidence ever been presented, that she could not object, could not put her constraints, if she had any, and concerns in order to comply with the guardianship with which she was entrusted as an employee of the Gauteng Department of Health in terms of the Mental Health Care Act.
Thank you.
Please, the court, lady.
There are more hands now. Mr. Sibara, perhaps Mr. Okay, and Mr. Martin. Yes, Mr. Sibara.
My learned colleague, my senior, is tempted to argue now. He's going to an argument. I think the difficulties he's sitting with is that he's cross-examining at the tail end when so many issues have been canvassed. That's why his cross-examination is losing a bit of structure and contact and meat. I think that is the difficulty sitting with. Thank you, Maned.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. Lady, again, just not to repeat, but you know, it's not a commission of inquiry. It's an inquest with a very specific focus that your ladyship is to deal with ultimately. And the best way for Mr. Pienaar to make this relevant is to actually put the version or to put the proposition to the witness that he wants to put to, and then it's easy for everyone to see whether or not it has something to do with his client and whether or not it has something to do with the questions. But it becomes pointless to just ask open-ended questions for hours on end.
Even then, this issue that this very same question, I just feel that we have got evidence on record. Is it not a matter that can go for argument? He can just deal with it during argument.
That's the other problem, is that if Mr. Pienaar were to actually say to this witness, despite the fact that you are in some way causally unrelated to decisions that were taken, I put to you that nonetheless you should still be. That's precisely the sort of thing that you would expect to hear in argument and not during a factual examination. So I don't see how we can actually make, and I say this with respect, I don't intend to say this rudely, but what seems to me to be a flurry of fairly meaningless questions, I'm not really sure how they become relevant, even if Mr. Pienaar does become a bit more direct in the way he's asking. My concern is that we just really are losing a lot of time.
Thank you.
Ladyship.
Mr. Pienaar?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect, I haven't completed this line. I put a statement, and depending on the answer, I will complete the question. But I did not want to present an unduly lengthy question, firstly, and factual evidence is to be obtained and presented to this Honourable Inquest Court in order to be able to make submissions at the conclusion of this inquest process.
Can I hear that question? Because I mean, already so far, this question is something that I think it can be dealt with during argument, because I'm not even sure, because as far as I can recall, this is something that was canvassed by the others, and I don't see us going into it again. Mr. Late? I just wanted him to finish his question, but in any event, I mean, so far, whether the question is incomplete or not, I don't see any point of pursuing that line of cross-examination. Okay.
My lady, it seems to me that Mr. Pina wants to play investigating officer in this inquest, and he's trying to any avenue to find out whether there's guilt or not. And that's not his purpose. That's not his role in this inquest. His role is to be the advocate for Hannah Jacobus. If this witness had in any way adversely testified regarding his client, by all means, question her about his client. But you've just ask questions that involves his client. But all these aspects that he's now questioning about has been dealt with various witnesses.
Correct.
Has been canvassed with this witness over 2 years' time. Again, what is her opinion about the amount of time that was necessary for the movement of the patient? What will her opinion help this court at this stage?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pina, I think we've debated this. I don't know. Let me hear you.
With all due respect to my learned friend, Mr. Late, once more, the manner in which I deem appropriate to represent my client is my prerogative, not Mr. Late's prerogative. If I'm asking questions, maybe cutting near to the bone, therefore, he's referring to me as being an investigating officer, which I absolutely am not, my lady, but it must be kept in mind, through all the numerous witnesses that have testified, there was a golden thread that endeavored to thread a route by, in some manner, endeavoring to indicate that there's a measure of complicity by Ms. Jacobus in the conduct, because she was a deputy director in the mental health directorate. So,
can you please deal with that? Because I mean, if you just ask questions like this, the court is getting lost as to where you're going, in all fairness. And this question, if I may, as I indicated, I think this question was also asked by one of your colleagues. And I don't see where we're going now, because we tried to give you the opportunity even during the lunch adjournment. We understand we are not trying to say you should cross-examine which way, but so far so good. We haven't heard where you're going. And the court can't keep on stopping you. Remember, initially, I'm the one who stopped you to say, but where are we going? Then there started objections. So, I mean, if we were happy with whatever you are doing, we wouldn't be interfering. Can you just proceed, but please deal with what can assist the court? Because so far we haven't heard anything about the version of your client to this witness. And it's not suggesting that we want you to do the cross-examination as we want, isn't it? But please just assist this court. This is an inquest, as you always say, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect, I will endeavour to comply with your ladyship's request.
Thank you. Can the witness come back? Thank you, Dr. Manamela is here. You may proceed. Yes, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady. Lady, could I just request, can a witness either indicate whether she agrees or disagrees with the statement I made?
No. Isn't it, I said that one, I think you
Because
are not going to
should
proceed with it.
there be a
That was-
direction that,
Yes.
then I will just request that it be noted as such, and I will continue, my lady.
Yes, I'm not allowing that question. So the witness, Mr. Pinar, can proceed with other questions.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
Dr. Manamela, prior to termination of the service level agreement with Life Esidimeni, Ms. Interpreter,
Dr. Manamela, pele ga go ka fedisa kontraka ya air service level le ba ga Life Esidimeni,
were you, Dr. Manamela, satisfied that the services rendered
a wena Dr. Manamela o no kgotsofaditswe ke mokgwa o ba ne ba dira dilo ka ona?
were proper, responsible, and aimed at improving
Gore ba ne ba kgona go tsaya maikarabelo le go bona gore ba fetola ka mokgwa o ba dirang dilo ka ona?
the life of their mental health care users and their families.
Le go bona gore phetogo eo e tswela molemo balwetse ba ba lwalang ka tlhaloganyo le ba malapa a bona. E feletse.
Nkare go sena molato o mokalo mara nka se service le 100%, mara be ke bona go le kaone ka gore some family be re sa kgone ba hwetša le ba bang balwetse ba no lwala ba bang ba no tlhokofala but be le service ya moelegago.
I would say that the service that they were rendering to me, it was okay. Yes, it will not be 100%, but it was a good service. Or nako nngwe ne le sa kgone go fitlhelela ba ba feng ma.
Awa ke le ge le re go tla no ba le mathata ba bang ba lwala ba bang ba tlhokofala ba family ba bangwe a ba bonale mara e be le service e ke sena bothata le yona.
Even though we would meet up with some challenges where some of the patients will die or would be sick and would not be visited by their family members, their service was good.
Thank you, Dr. Manamela. Now, we are aware, the court has been informed, there were old NGOs, if I can refer to them as such, and a number of new NGOs. Are you with me?
Go na le di NGOs tsa bogologolo tse re o kopa go dirisa lentswe leo le di NGO tse dintšha.
Yes, what about them, Mr. Pinar?
Do you agree, Dr. Manamela, that the new NGOs weren't able to operate and execute their obligations in the same manner as that Life Esidimeni had.
Awa dumela ge Dr. Manamela gore di NGOs tse dintšha bana ba sa kgone go dira tiro e manontlhotlho e tshwanelegileng fela jaaka ba Life Esidimeni kgotsa ka mokgwa o ba Life Esidimeni ba dira tiro wa bona ka teng.
Service ya di NGO tša kgale le tše diswa e be se mo leveleng ya Life Esidimeni. So o tla ba boima gore ke compare the NGO tšeo le Life Esidimeni.
Okay. The old NGOs and the new NGOs could not meet up with the service of Life Esidimeni. So it will be difficult for me to compare between them.
Proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Manamela. I just want to, sorry, if the court would just bear with me for a mere moment, my lady.
Yes, I'm here. Don't say I'm not here. I think I'm here. Continue.
Sorry, my lady.
Yes, just do what you want to do, and then when you come up, and then I'll be visible.
My lady, I'm ready to proceed.
Okay.
Dr. Manamela, in your evidence, you presented a list of all your qualifications, which are impressive.
Dr. Manamela, mo bopaki ba gago ba re o tlhagisitse dithutego tsa gago tse leng gore o na le tsona ebile di bonagala le dithutego tse dintle a go jalo mmaetsho? The qualifications.
Correct?
Yes, I presented them.
Question?
Sorry, my lady, I just had a problem with my connectivity, but I'm back again. And as such, Dr. Manamela, you stated you've been involved in the health profession for 32 years. Is that correct?
Ebile o tlhagisitse gore o na le maiphitlhelo a dingwaga di le 32 o direla tsa botshelo jo bontle. Go jalo, doctor?
Hello.
That is correct.
Sorry, my lady, I don't know, do not know, because I see I've been kicked out again, but I'm back again. Whether Dr. Manamela heard the last part of the question.
Yes, she has responded, yes.
Sorry, I did not get that. I responded yes, thank you, my lady. And of these 32 years, 26 years were in a managerial administration position. Is that correct, Dr. Manamela?
Mo 32 years ya maiphitlhelo a gago 26 years ya teng ke mo e leng gore o ne o tshwere position ya bo managera a go jalo mmaetsho? That is correct.
And that was as opposed to a technical nursing position. Is that correct?
Le position ya technical nursing. A go
As
jalo?
opposed to.
Go na le go dira mmereko wa go ba technical nurse fela. That is correct.
Now, Dr. Manamela, in the position you held, you were required to provide strategic leadership.
Dumela gape gore mmereko wa gago o ne o ikaegile mo goreng wena o tshwanetse o tle ka boetapele kgotsa tsela ya go tsamaya ya boetapele jo bo siameng. A go jalo, doctor? That is correct.
In the provision of mental health services,
Gore go tle go tsweletse sentle tsamaiso ya go tshola batho ba e leng gore ba gobatsegile ka tlhaloganyo, go jalo? That is correct.
so, my lady, I would just want to. There's one more issue I want to specifically refer to, with your ladyship permission, if your ladyship could just bear with me. May it please the court, my lady, I'm indebted to your ladyship. Dr. Manamela, am I correct that for the marathon project to succeed, was interpreter?
A go jalo, Dr. Manamela, gore project e ya marathon gore e tle e kgone go tswella pele.
And to provide for the care of medical health care users,
Le gore e tlhokomele jalo batho ba e leng gore ba tla be ba dirisa tsa botshelo jo bontle.
the availability of beds was of crucial importance.
Go bone go le botlhokwa thata gore dibete di nne teng. E feletse ma, doctor? Potso. That is true that the beds were supposed to be available.
Now, Dr. Manamela, following on this answer of yours or your response, supposed to be ready is indicative thereof that time to perform and execute Project Marathon was of the essence.
Mo go yona karabo e o e fileng a ra go ne go le botlhokwa gape gore tsweletsopele ya project marathon project it was indicative for the project marathon project to do what?
Time was of the essence.
Nako e ne le botlhokwa for yona project marathon project e. E feletse, doctor? It is correct.
Thank you, Dr. Manamela. Now, I want to put it to you, I'll put it to you, Dr. Manamela, that Miss Hannah Jacobus was a subordinate of yours. Is that correct?
O rata go go itsise gore Hannah Jacobus o na le ka go tlase ga gago, a go jalo? That is correct.
And further, is it correct, Dr. Manamela, that you appointed Dr. Frank Tobani to be your second in command?
Go jalo gore o ile wa kgetha Dr. Frank Tobani gore e nne letsogo la gago.
Tobani.
I beg your pardon, my lady?
Mr. Tobani. Franz Tobani.
Yes, my lady. Go jalo gore o ile wa kopa Re Frank Tobani gore e nne letsogo la gago.
Your second command.
Go jwale e be le the second in charge in the directorate.
That is correct. Mr. Tobani was the second in charge in the directorate.
Continue.
And, sorry, my lady. May it please the court, and Dr. Manamela, in the line of communication was direct between you and Mr. Tobani.
Me puisano e ne e bogolo ba ene le magareng ga gago le Re Tobani. A go jalo?
Not always.
Not always.
You know. On important matters, was that the case? Sorry?
If I were to explain further.
All my Baba five didi, be ba le mo same leveling in terms of position, in terms of salary. So be ke kgona go bolela le bona nako le nako.
If I were to explain further, there were other 5 DGs who were in the same level in terms of position and salary, and I could also communicate with them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pino?
All important decisions, communication was between you and Mr. Tobani? I'm not saying you could not communicate with any other subordinates.
Are gare o ne o sa kgone gore o ka bua le ba bangwe ba e leng gore ba ka mo tlase ga gago. Se a se tlhalosang ke gore puisano ya botlhokwa e ne nna dipuisano tse di ne nna magareng ga gago le Re Tobani.
Nka se re jwale nka no re at times mara puisano e nngwe le nngwe ya botlhokwa e ke boledišana le bona ka moka.
I would not say so, maybe sometimes, but the important communication I would relate to all of them.
Should any of your subordinates have concerns?
Ba bang ba dirang ka mo tlase ga gago ba ne ba tle ba nne le matshwenyo.
Regarding the Sorry?
Continue regarding?
Regarding the executability of the marathon project, would that be relayed to Mr. Tobani and he would relay it to you?
Ba ne ba tle ba nne le matshwenyego mabapi le go tsamaisa marathon project e le gore a Re Tobani o na a fetisetsa molaetsa mo go wena kgotsa nne go bereka ga jang puisano e ne nna ya?
Puisano e be le gore ba na le direct communication le nna ene re tshwara meeting every Monday.
Okay, Ricky fetise. We will have a direct conversation or approach, and each and every Monday I will hold a meeting with them.
Bana le that monyetla wa go bolela se ba nyaka go se bolela go ba ba gopela appointment e ba sa nyake ba bang ba tsela.
They would also be given an opportunity to talk about the things that they want to talk about. But if whatever they need to discuss is private, they will then make an appointment so that we can talk privately.
Did you indicate, Dr. Manamela, at some of these meetings that the process was proceeding too slow?
A o kile wa tlhagisa mo dikopanong tse o bang le tsona le bona gore go bonagala ekare dilo di tsamaya ka bonya?
A ke sa gopola mara ke gopola gore ge re be re bona o ka re a re kgone o fitlhelela nako be re kgona go di bolela ka tsone.
I do not recall that, but I know that if we see that we will not reach the targeted time, then we'll discuss it.
Am I correct, Dr. Manamela, these discussions took
Thank you.
place at morning meetings?
You are
Sorry.
breaking.
Stop you. We didn't pick that question. If you can just exit the meeting and rejoin, because I think you are having a problem now.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady. Am I more audible now?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
I'm indebted to your ladyship. Dr. Manamela, sorry, I don't see the witness or the interpreter, my lady.
Yes, something is wrong from your side. I can see all of them. You still can't see them?
No, my lady.
Perhaps you can exit the meeting again.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay. Yes, can you see them?
My lady, now I'm not able to see anybody, not even your ladyship.
Yes, something is not right now.
We're having a problem, I know, with the voltage in electricity. We're experiencing voltage drops, and then the whole connectivity system starts being affected.
Sure. Is it something
But
that? Yes.
I'll leave once again, my lady,
Okay.
and hopefully Murphy has left the scene.
Yeah, but the position that you took previously was a proper one. Okay.
My lady, I don't mind. If the witness can hear me and the interpreter can hear me, I'm willing to pose the next question, and hopefully
Shall we then proceed?
The system will return to normal, my lady.
Okay. Yes, continue.
May I please report, my lady? May I proceed, my lady?
Yes. Yes, you can.
I will get it to your ladyship. Dr. Manamela, is it correct that these meetings were conducted on Monday mornings
Go jalo Dr.
at your
Manamela,
office?
gore di-meeting dikopano tse le nang le tsona ka di-Mantaga le di tshwarela ko ofising ya gago?
Ko ofising ya rona le rena le boardroom ke nnete.
Ne le di tshwarela ko boardroom?
Yes.
In our offices, we do have a boardroom. That's where the meeting will be held.
No. During April 2016, I do not have an exact date, but it was within the first 2 weeks. Ms. Jacobus was directed to henceforth search and obtain beds to assist the NGOs. Is that correct?
A go jalo gore ka kgwedi ya April mo ngwageng wa 2016 mme Jacobus o ile a kopiwa gore a batlane le dibete a di kry-e gore a kgone go thusana le ba NGO.
A ke gopole gore o bile wa ba gore ena a nyakana le dibete. Se ke se tsebang ke gore be ile gore
Just give the interpreter the chance.
I don't know about her searching for birds and obtaining them. What I know is that
e be le head ya NGO,
as a head, NGO head,
o be a tseba ditlhokwa tša bona,
and he knew all their needs.
It's a
ene a
she.
kgona gore re ka
Oh, it's a
dira se re
she.
ka dira se.
And she also knew what to be done.
Dr. Manamela, would you agree that you instructed Mr. Jacobus to search and obtain beds to assist the NGOs and that she need not further attend at her office?
A go jalo, Dr. Manamela, gore wena o ile wa fa mme Jacobus taelo ya gore a batlane le dibet a di kry-e go thusana le ba NGO ebile a ska a tlhola a irela tseo ko ofising.
Nka se re mme Jacobus o be a šoma le ntate Thobane ba nyaka di NGO.
Miss Jacobus was working together with Mr. Thobane in assisting for searching the NGOs.
And e le gore even pele ga moo team ka moka.
And before that, the whole team
ile a fiwa gore e cheke di NGO mo re ka hwetšang mepete mo la re sa berekela 200 bed.
Was tasked with searching and obtaining birds, and at that time the target was to find 200 birds.
Ke rile team ka moka.
And it was the duty of the whole team.
ke gopola Mmasenelo bile ke mo allocatela ko Sterkfontein.
Mama,
Ke re ke gopola Mmasenelo yena o ile a ba yo
Miss
checkana le
Nelo.
Sterkfontein.
or Miss Nelo.
Yes, Mrs. Nelo. E be e le mošomo wa rena ka moka gore re hwetše go tseba gore o na le di-NGO tše di nang le mepete le tše di senang mepete.
Wa re Miss Nelo o na mo taskile ko kae?
Ko Sterkfontein.
Okay. I recall because I assigned Miss Nelo to Sterkfontein because all the team was to search in all the NGOs and find out if they do have birds.
Fela se ke se gopolang gore ge o e tla April be šetše me Hannah Jacobs a šoma le Ntate Thobane.
But what I know is that during April month, Miss Yakuabas was now working with Mr. Thobane.
Just to have surety, Dr. Manamela, you understood my question, is that correct?
Are o dumela gore le kwešišitše potsiso ya gage gabotse?
Ke kwešišitše ka gore khutišo ya gage e ba ke bolela nnete o re ka April ke ile ka re mme Jacobs a tsamaye a yo nyakana le mepete.
I do understand your question because from what I heard, you said in April month, I mandated or tasked Ms. Yakuabas to search and find birds.
Dr. Manamela, I'm not going to become involved in an argument. My question was simple, and I will leave it at that. According to Ms. Jacobus, all the requirements that had to be met
Go ya ka Mme Jacobus, go na le dilo tse e leng gore ne di tshwanetse di fitlhelwe tse di kopilweng.
All the requirements. Did you say all, Mr. Pina?
all requirements. Thank you, my lady.
Yes.
Dikopo tsotlhe tse di nnileng teng go ya ka Mme Jacobus.
That had to be met in order to authorize and license an NGO required time.
Ne di tshwanetse gore di fitlhelwe ka botlalo le ka nako gore ba NGO ba kgona go kry-a ba fiwe di-license. Is that the end of the question?
Correct? Does she agree?
A go jalo Mmaetso.
A ke kgone ho ya raba ka gore o re o ya ka ena o re be swantse di prepare ke nnete di-NGO di a prepariwa ba kgona ba dia di-license mara di-license di dirile ke ena so a ke kgone ho kwešiša gore putišo ya advocate e reng.
Ha re di-license di dirilwe ke ena ke mang?
Yena Mme Jacobs.
Okay. I don't know how to answer your question. I do agree that NGOs need to be prepared so that they can obtain their licenses. And Ms. Jacobus was the one who was handling that. So I don't know what the advocate's concern is or the question.
Dr. Manamela, I will just simplify it. This process.
If I may to, okay.
Sorry.
Continue then. because the way I understood this question, just correct me if I'm wrong, what the statement that you put to her was that according to Ms. Jacobus, all the requirements
Yes.
for NGOs to obtain licenses are required
And authorized.
and for NGOs to obtain licenses, and also for the authorization of these licenses required time. That was the question.
That's
am I
correct, lady. That was the statement I put to Dr. Manamela.
Ke statement. A ke ganane le statement.
Oh, okay.
E
That's
fele ke
fine.
tlaleletša ke re di preparile ke yena di license.
Okay, thank you.
I do agree with the statement, but I also want to add that it was her who prepared those statements.
Licenses.
The license, who prepared those licenses.
Okay, continue, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady. And as a necessary corollary of the aforesaid, in order to ensure proper funding for an NGO, time was required.
Go ne go tlhokagala nako go siamisa ba di NGO. Is that the question?
Are you
Mr. Pina,
saying
is that
in order,
the
just a second?
I'm putting it as a statement, Ms.
Yes, did I understand you?
Does she agree or not?
I'm sorry to interject. I'm not sure about the interpretation, but I just want to verify this with you. Did you say in order to ensure funding for the NGOs, time was required?
Yes, my lady.
Okay.
a go jalo gore le kreye ditšhelete kgotsa letseno mo NGO no go tlhokagala nako e rileng.
A ke tsebe gore ke tla e araba jwang ka gore nako e laola ke gore lena le kgopela tšhelete neng. A ba no re nako is indefinite time. A ke kgone go ikwešiša.
I do not know how to answer this because the time is indefinite and it will only depend on when did you require the funds for.
Okay, proceed.
Right, please the court, my lady. And just from the day, Dr. Manamela, from the day that Ms. Jacobus, be it on your instruction, via yourself or via Mr. Tobani, Ms. Jacobus was engaged full-time in obtaining beds for the NGOs.
O batla go tlhaloganya ge gore go tswa either taelo eo e tswa mo go wena kgotsa e tswa go gore Thobane.
Sorry, and at times with Ms. Sinelo.
Kgotsa e tswa go Miss Sinelo. Go jalo gore Mme Jacobus tiro ya gage e ne e le go batlana le dibet.
A ke tsebe gore mohlomongwe advocate ba e bea ka tsela o batlana le dipete jwang mara ke boletse gona mo gore
Yes, we are listening.
gore Mme Jacobus ba bereka le Ntate Thobane go identify dibete. A se taba ya gore
just hold it there, interpreter.
I do not know your or understand your question well, but from what I heard, Ms. Jacobus was tasked to identify the birds.
Ms. Jacobus le Ntate Thobane
together with Mr. Tobani.
ba identify dipete either ko di new NGO goba ko di old gomme ba thušana le bona.
They will identify birds from either the new NGOs or the old NGOs in assisting them also.
Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady. Thank you, Dr. Manamela. Then, as a result, Dr. Manamela, of Ms. Jacobus being instructed to assist and obtain beds, she did not attend at the office for the rest of the period of Project Marathon. That's now from April 2016.
Se se bolela gore ka ntlha ya tiro ya ga mme Jacoba se ya go batlana le dibete go thusana le ba di NGO. O ne a retelelwa ke gore a attende dilo tsa ko officing go tlogela gagolo tse di amaganang le Marathon Project go tloga ka April 2016.
Ewe a se nnete ka gore le ka no lebelela di attendant registered meeting wa Mental Health Directorate.
That is not correct. I think I think if we can peruse the registrar for mental health.
Le tša meeting ya MEC una le be I attend yena.
And the meeting of MECs, she was one of the people who attended.
Iseng ka mehla mara una le be attend.
Yes, she would not attend all of them, but some of them she would attend.
Yengwe ya nnete ke gore team ye ya ka ya batho ba 6 ka moka le ge ba ka bereka ka ntle ka Monday be ba boya ba tla meeting ha one ka mgo Major Kobos a ka reng yena was excluded.
And in the team of 6 people that were working with me, it doesn't matter where they were placed, but each and every Monday they will come back to the office, and there is no way that Ms. Yakovas was excluded in this meeting.
Mr.
May I please the court, my lady? Then, sorry, my lady. According to Ms. Jacobus, the process, Ms. Interpreter?
Major Kobas process
of authorizing and issuing a license for an NGO
ya gore motho a ka kry-a a license ya NGO
and to ensure
le go fitlhella
that all necessary documentation was at hand
gore ditokomane tsotlhe tse di maleba di amogetswe
to provide funding for
gore go tla go kry-iwe di letseno e leng funding
was a lengthy process.
e ne e tsaya lobaka lo le lelele.
Do you agree with that, Dr. Manamela?
Dr. Manamela?
I be length abulele gore length ura jwang ka re di license di prepare le ke ena. So I go gore a re length ka no ba 3 years ka no ba 2 years. How many months are length?
And then doctor ke khopela o tlhalohanya hore ena re khopela o berekise maina because I kitsa hore ena o bolela ka mang.
Okay, ke re ena mmaja go bose ke ena preparing the license. Ga re length ga ba bolela gore ba ra gore for kgweditse kae o ba mengwaga e mekae ke tla gona o ya raba. Mara as long as the licenses
Khopela o fitise. I request that you also elaborate further when you're referring to a lengthy period, because I want to understand, are you referring to the period of a month, a year, or 2, so that I can be in a position to answer you? Because Ms. Jacobus was the one who was processing the license.
Now, Dr. Manamela, so Doctor, if I understand your response correctly, you're intimating that Ms. Jacobus is the person to give a realistic indication of the time period. Do you agree?
Ka mokgwa o arabang ka teng o bona gore wena o tlhalosa gore ke Mme Jacobus a ka kgonong o tlhalosa gore ga bua ka period lengthy period e o bua ka nako e kanang ka.
ke nka se kgone ya raba eo advocate ka gore nna ke bolelang ke ena a tlisitseng di license mo go nna jwale ka ge ba di tlisha ngwaga ka ngwaga.
Ke ena o bolela ma
Mma Jacobus ke Mme Jacobus a tlisitseng di license mo go nna ka ge a be a di tlisa ngwaga ka ngwaga ka period yone ya di tlisitseng ka yona.
I cannot be in a position to answer you on that, because Ms. Jacobus was the one who would bring all those licenses at the same period that she brought them to me each and every year.
Thank you.
May
Can we
please the
proceed?
court, my lady. I would leave that issue. I think, or I'm of the opinion that Dr. Manamela has answered this question or statement satisfactory. Dr. Manamela, do you agree that the authorization and licensing process is not a shoddy process to be rushed?
O dumelana le ena Dr. Manamela gore go amogela kgotsa go ntsha fana ka tumelo ya gore di license di ntshiwe ke tsamaiso e leng gore ga ya tshwanela e potlakiswe.
Mohlomongwe advocate a ka tlhalosa jwang ka gore ge di tla go nna shetse modiro ka moka o dirilwe. Nna nka se kgone gore ba potlakisitse o ba jwang. Ke tseba gore e di šalla di tla ofising ya ka Mme Jacobus a di tlisha modiro ka moka o dirile. Jwale a ke kgone gore ke kwešiše question ya advocate gabotse.
I do not understand your question, Advocate Pinard, because when the licenses will be brought to me, all the duly work would have been done, all the processes would have been followed. So I do not know how to answer you.
Dr. Manamela, with all due respect, the question is simple. I'm not doubting that licenses were brought to you for signature, etc. The question is, this is a process that requires responsible conduct and cannot be rushed and be dealt with shoddily.
Are our dumela gore ditsela tse di latelwang gore di license tse di be di fitlhe mo go wena o tlo go di signela ke tsela e tshwanetseng e le salwe morago ka manontlhotlho ga ya tshwanela e potlakisiwe fela go sa lebelelwa dilo ka kelotlhoko.
Aya tshwanela go potlakisiwa fela eo ke nnete.
Yes, I do agree that it's not a process that can just be rushed.
Now, according to Ms. Jacobus, the issuing of a license and the authorization of an NGO
Go ya ka Ms. Jacobus, go ntshiwa ga di-license le gore di fetisetswe kwa go ba di-NGOs.
can take anything from a month
Go ka tsaya loba
to 3 months
go ka tsaya lobaka la kgwedi go ya go dikgwedi di le 3
6 months
kgotsa di le 6
or even longer depending on circumstances peculiar to a specific NGO.
kgotsa go feta go tla ya fela ka mabaka a farologaneng go ya ka di-NGO ka go farologana ga tsone.
Would you agree?
A go jalo Maiso?
O jwale nka e tlaleletša ka gore ke ka mo di-district ka moka be di thoma ka dilo tša bona tša di-license ka bo October the previous year, bo October, September the previous year. O jwale bona ba di thoma ko.
I do agree. Hence, some of the NGOs will start with their processes or application processes in September, October, a year before.
May it please the court, my lady. Now, keeping the aforesaid in mind, Dr. Manamela, it's quite clear that to properly prepare and provide facilities for the care of mental health care users in a period from the end of March to the end of June 2016 was impractical.
Mme wa go itsisege gore wa dumela gore go rulaganya le go tsamaisa kgotsa go transfera balwetse ba ileng gore ba gobatsegile ka tsa tlhaloganyo mo lobakeng la kgwedi di le 3 go tswa ko kgweding ya March go ya ko kgweding ya June ke tiro e leng gore e ke se kgone go diragala ka lobakanyana lo le khutshwane.
Seo se tseba ke advocate nna se ke tsebang ke gore kontraka e terminatilwe ka di 29 ja September the previous year.
That is only you who can say advocate. I do not know anything about it except for the fact that the contract was terminated on the 29th of September the previous year.
Yes, proceed, Mr.
Is it
Prince.
correct, Dr. Manamela, that assessments of NGOs commenced in January 2016?
Jalo gore go tlhola kgotsa go sekaseka di NGO go simolotse ka January 2016.
Eo nka se kgone go ya araba ka gore nna ke na le di report tše di dirilweng ka bo October eo nka se kgone go ya araba. Ankebe advocate are specifically this and this and this NGO.
I cannot be in a position to answer that question because I do have audits that were done the previous year, October. So if the advocates were specific as to which NGOs he's referring to, then I will be able to answer, but I can't.
Le gona moshomo we a se moshomo wa office ya ka ke moshomo wa district, so ke tla palla go lefa dikarabo tše le gore motho mo le a di expect.
And again, that was not part of my duty. It is the duty of the district. Hence, I would not be in a right position to answer you on that regard.
Continue.
May I please the court, my lady? Dr. Manamela, would the best person to be in a position to answer be Mr. Tobani?
So, Dr. Manamela, ora gore motho yo maleba gore a ka araba dipotso tse ke re Tobani.
Ke rile ke di district.
I said is districts.
Ke di district ke tsona di dirang moshomo o ka moka. Ba re o fetša.
I said it is the districts who do all the job that needs to be done, and when they are done with it,
Ba romela me Hannah Jacobos.
they will then send Ms. Hannah Yakuabas.
Kena prepare a lokisha di license.
And she will prepare the licenses.
Ke moka di tlisha nna ka di sign.
Thereafter, she will bring those licenses to me so that I can authorize them.
Ke moka ka mo fa tsona a di bušetša morago ko di districting.
I will hand them back to her and she will take them back to the districts.
Now, Dr. Manamela, is it correct, if you know, if you don't know, just indicate you do not know, that assessments of NGOs related largely to an assessment of the structure of the institution, its size, and the areas required by an NGO.
The institutions and the what?
Assess the size, the structure, the size, and all areas needed or required by an NGO.
Okay. A go jalo gore ba dirang assessments ya di NGOs ba bereka kgotsa ba itshetlegile mo goreng ba bone gore structure sa bona moago le gore yona institution ya bona ka bo yona le selekano bogolo ba yona le gore e mo areaeng e feng.
Ke part ya tsona di requirement eo ke part ya tsona se yona fela.
It is part of the requirements.
Now, Dr. Manamela, is it correct that the official required to assess or give an assessment on the structure?
A go jalo gore yo e leng gore o tlhaba a tlhopile semolao gore a lebelele structure moago le size selekano sa ona bogolo.
And the areas required by an NGO?
Le di area tse leng gore di lebeletswe ke ba di NGOs?
Would be performed by a departmental architect.
Eo tiro e tla be e dirwa ke architect e departmental. A go jalo.
Ke tla reng, for this process re thusitswe ke bona bao ba di-engineer mara ka nako tse dingwe ba tla be ba se gona, so
I would say we would be assisted by those engineers, but sometimes we can't find them.
Is it correct that once the assessment as referred to had been done, a response or report would be provided to Mr. Tobani, who would then communicate with yourself, Dr. Manamela?
So a go jalo gore e tla re ga ba feditse go dira dipatlisiso tseo tsa bona tse di maleba bebe ba di itsise yalo Rethobane. Me Rethobane yena o tla batla a tle go bua le wena ka tsona.
report ya go districting a ke re ke di-NGO di manage go districting.
The report will be taken to the district because that is where the NGOs are managed.
And head ya di-NGO ko districting bele ko head office bele major ko boss ka mo kopantsha gore a bereke le Ntate Thobane.
And the head of the NGOs in the district was Miss Yakobas, and I introduced him to Mr. Tobani so that they can work together.
Would you agree, Dr. Manamela, that Ms. Jacobus was required to report to Mr. Tobani?
Awa dumela gore yena Yakobas o na tshwanetse a reporte ko go Rethobane.
Nka se gane nka idumela mara se ke se tsebang ke gore nna ke ba allocate-ile ka di-equal power e ba tsamaya o tshwana le ba.
I would not agree nor disagree with that because when I introduced them, I introduced them as equal partners like those who are.
Ba ba beng ba place balwetse le bona ke ba file gore ba yo bereka jwale ka di-equal partners ba thushana jwale.
Like those who would be assisting the patient, I also allocated them as equal partners to assist each other.
Dr. Manamela, just to close off this issue, according to Ms. Jacobus, you had instructed her to report to Mr. Tobani.
Oya ka Mme Jacobus wena o molaetse gore a reporte ka motlase ga Ntate Thobane.
That she had no further contact with you.
Le gore wena ga a ska tlhola ikamaganya gope le wena.
Because she had been authorized or ordered to look for beds, and as she says, she became the bed lady.
Me yena ka ntlha gore o ile a kopiwa kgotsa a laela jalo gore a batlane le di-bed, me yena a ngongoregela gore yaanong o bitswa motho wa di-bed lady kgotsa mosadinyana wa di-bed.
Ye wa nnete advocate.
That is not true.
Ya tsamaya le Ntate Thobane.
Wena o irile mother?
Ke re nna ke mo allocate-ile go bereka le Ntate Thobane.
I only allocated her to work in partnership with Mr. Tobani.
And ga ke nyaka selo go yena be ke sa hesitate go mo founela.
And if there is something that I will need from her, I would not hesitate to call her.
Ke ka mo le ga change di-license ke mo founetse ka re a di change. A se ke founele Thobane.
That is why even when there was a requirement to change licenses, I called her and gave her authority to change them. And I did not talk to Mr. Tobani.
May it please the court, my lady. Then, furthermore, Ms. Jacobus denied ever being part of the placement team.
Me Jacobus wa gana gore yena ga ise a nne karolo ya team ya ba placement.
Comma? Oh, sorry. But where difficulties arose,
Marine re ga go na le mathata a tlhagellang
such as at CCRC
jalo ka ko CRC
and Siabadinga,
le ko Siabadinga,
she had direct contact with you.
o na nna le puisano le wena.
O ya ka program. O molomo be ana le direct contact with me.
Ba bana le direct contact le?
Be ba kgona hore ba mphounele le nna ke
Okay.
ba founele ba ba ka ba 6 ba.
Yes, this team of 6 people, they all had contact with me. I would call them and they will call me whenever a need arises.
And even is it team ya placement, even team ya identifying. Ba ne ba o place the patient. Be ba rely mo yena.
And it was not a team of a placement, it was a team of identifying. And this team of placement were relying on her.
Is it a team or the identifying team that relied on her or the placing team?
Team efing ne irila mo go yena doctor ya placement kgotsa ya identifying.
Ya placement team. Yena sa lo se what placement, be lo what identifying.
Okay.
Jacobus.
Miss Jacobus was in a team of identifying. So the placement team was relying on her.
Okay, thank you.
For the sake of completeness, Dr. Manamela, Ms. Jacobus denied ever being part and parcel of the identifying team.
Dr. Manamela, mme Jacobus o gana nna gore yena ga ise a nne karolo ya team ya identify. O tla tshwaela ka gore maise.
Awo ke tla re se wa se nnete di team ka moka tse di tlile mo bo ma Senelo bo ma Dr. Lenkwane ba mmoletse re be le identifying team. Se nnete.
I will say that is not true because all the team that came here, they did mention that she was part of the identifying team, referring to Miss Sinmelo and the others.
May it please the court, my lady. Well, thank you, Dr. Manamela. I will reserve any further response for argument. The conclusion of the proceedings.
Interpreter.
May it please the court, my lady.
Let the interpreter interpret that.
Sorry, my lady.
Maiso are o tla konosetsa gone fa ka putso ya gage.
Yes, continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Manamela, had you ever been involved in a project such as Project Marathon prior to Project Marathon?
Jaanong potso e latelang ke gore a wena doctor o kile wa nna karolo ya Project Marathon pele ga le ka tsweletsa pele Project Marathon e?
Nka se tlhoke ke boela morao re project e be se marathon. Mara taba ya go fetiša kontraka le life Esidimeni. ke ile ka ba part ya yona ko Limpopo.
I would not keep going back, as I already indicated that this project was not Project Marathon, but it was Life Esidimeni. And I was part of the team that was terminating the contract in Limpopo.
Yes, Mr.
Dr.
Pina.
Manamela, just for the sake of clarity, did the project in Limpopo also entail transferring mental health care users?
Yeah, project ya ko Limpopo. I ne tsenyeleditse go transfera balwetse ba ileng gore ba gobetse ka tsa tlhaloganyo maiso.
Ibe ile ya balwetse ba tlhaloganyo e fela ibe ile termination ya kontraka. Mekgwa e šomišitšweng kwa a e tshwane le e šomišitšweng mo Gauteng.
It was the project for mental health people, but it was the contract for termination, or it was the project for terminating the contract. The method that was used there, it was different from the method that is used here.
The question is, did it also entail the transfer of the mental health care users from that facility or those facilities of Life Esidimeni to other places? That is the question, Mr. Pina. Is that the question?
May it please the court, my lady.
Putsiso mama ke gore yona project eo ya ne le mo go yona a ne tsenyeleditse go rwala balwetse ba ba gobetseng ka tlhaloganyo le ba transferela go dibakeng tse ding mo Life Esidimeni.
Awa, yona e be ba discharge ja home fela.
Go magaeng a bona. No, my lady, that project was only discharging the patient to their respective homes.
Thank you. Continue.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Manamela, I deduce from your answer that you've just provided that if I can refer to, if I'm not, I don't want to, you corrected me by referring to the Life Esidimeni contract and not the marathon project, but bear with me. The marathon project was a much more voluminous project. Is that correct? Than the one in Limpopo?
A re lebogela gore o bo o mo phošolotse ka contract ya Life Esidimeni le ya marathon. Mara se a batlang go se itse ke gore ya marathon ke yona e bonagalang e ne le e kgolo gagolo go fetisa ya Life Esidimeni.
E be le kgolo ka re balwetse ba santse ba tloge. Kwa Limpopo balwetse ba ba sa tlogeng be ba šala re tšea di-building re tšea le staff sa Life Esidimeni.
Okay, yes, it was a very big project indeed because the patient were supposed to be transferred or be moved. Those who would remain then will take the building and Nelisa building ilingi mother.
Ko Limpopo be re tšea building le balwetse le building balwetse le di-workers.
Okay.
So you took over, just a second. So you took over the buildings that were used by Life Esidimeni together with the staff that they used for the service that was rendered to the patients.
Le di-patient tše di ka seeng gae.
All right, no, that's fine. Miss Interpreter?
In Limpopo, we took over for the patients that were not moved. We took over the building, the patient, and the staff
of Life Esidimeni.
Of Life Esidimeni.
Mr. Pina?
Right, please, the court, my lady. So in the present project we're referring to or dealing with in this inquest, I presume if you talk, we took over, you refer to the Provincial Department of Health, in that case Limpopo, but in this case, the Gauteng Department of Health did not take over the buildings or the employees of Life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Re tlhaloganya gore mo kgetseng e re dirang ka yona e leng gore re sekasekana le inquest. Tse re buang ka tsona ko Limpopo di amana le Provincial Department of Health. Me ba Gauteng Department of Health. Mr. Pinar, is the question is the Gauteng Department of Health did not take patient, or what is the question?
Take over buildings
Okay.
and staff. As I understand, the previous answer happened with the Limpopo Department of Health when they took over in that project, took over the buildings,
So ba
staff,
Gauteng bona
and medical healthcare users from Life Esidimeni.
ba Gauteng bona ga ba ka ba tsaya ba take over the buildings, balwetse le staff jaaka go dirilwe ko Limpopo.
Mo Gauteng ba re ba tšereng fela ke staff se se itseng, se staff ka moka.
Yes, in Gauteng they did not take all the staff. They only take a few staff members.
And not the building.
And they did not also take over the buildings.
Now, Dr. Manamela, the transfer of medical healthcare users from the Life Esidimeni facilities in the Gauteng area or province, was that more voluminous than the transfers that took place in the province of Limpopo?
Dr. Manamela, our the medical healthcare facilities tse leng gore di dirisane le go tsa balwetse mo Gauteng. Tiro ya teng e ne le ntsi thata go fetisa ka mokgwa o go diragetseng ko Limpopo.
O bjalo.
That is correct.
Yeah. Dr. Manamela, are you able to indicate how long prior to the execution of the project in Limpopo province were preparations commenced with?
Dr. Manamela, a ka kgona go tlhalosa gore go tsere lebaka le le kae moraga gore project e ya ko Limpopo e dirile gore go simolwe ka ditirelo ka kwana?
A ke sa gopola lebaka mara a ke sa gopola. A ke fitla ka mo ke berekile dipetlele tše dingwe pele ke ya mental health ke lebaka le le telele re feditše kopolo ko Limpopo e ke tloa be re feditše.
Okay, I don't recall how long, but when I moved from Limpopo, we were already done. But when I came here, I started working in other health facilities before I go back to mental health facilities.
Mr. Pinar, I hear you. I think you are asking about this thing of Limpopo. What, I don't know where you're going with it, but I left you. Can we? I think it has been sufficiently canvassed. Can we move to other relevant parts? I mean, if possible.
May it please the court, my lady, I was not intending going any further there.
Okay, please.
I just wanted to obtain an indication, but of the time period expended.
No, it's fine. It's now 25 to 4. You've cross-examined the whole day, and I'm not sure. Do you still have more questions to the witness?
My lady, are we able to sit until 4 o'clock? I don't know what the position with our interpreter
Yes, that's why I'm
is.
trying to find out. I think I asked Melissa to find out with the
Milady,
interpreter.
I'm basically at the end of my questioning.
You are?
Although I wasn't busy the whole day, with all due respect, lady.
What are you saying? Okay,
But,
apparently we can proceed. The interpreters.
Lady, if it's not a problem, we may proceed. I have no objection.
Yes, you may proceed then.
May it please.
I just wanted to have an idea as to whether you're still having lots of questions to ask.
No, my lady, I think I've canvassed what I deem relevant in the constraints I subjected myself to in cross-examination, but
continue.
Basically done. May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Manamela, would it be correct to refer to, let's call it then, the Life Esidimeni project as a social mental health project?
Dr. Manamela, a re tlabe re bua sentle ga re ka lebelela Life Esidimeni yaka social project, mental project. Doctor?
Anyway, I kere e bitswa ka maina a mantši, a ke na bothata. Nna re tseba e le termination project. Re ka no e bitsa ka mokgwa le bitsang.
It's been called with numerous of various names. You can call it the way you want to call it, but we called it the termination project.
Dr. Manamela, I understand, but I'm trying to determine what the actual nature of this project was. Was it a social mental health project? I know the terminations, etc., were involved. I'm not referring to that.
Ara o le ka fela go batla go tlhaloganya gore project e sentlentle a re ka e tsaya ka social mental mental health kgotsa re ka e tsaya jang ntle le gore re bue ka termination eo, because termination ra itse gore e ne le engwe ya dilo tse ne di iragala.
Advocate, na a ke tsebe gore a ka e tšea jwang.
I don't know how must I say you can take it, advocate.
When we pass this, I don't know where you are heading with this question, Mr. Pina.
Right, please the court, my lady. I'm not going to continue with that.
Yes.
Dr. Manamela, evidence had been presented at this inquest by expert witnesses.
Dr. Manamela, go ntshitswe bopaki bo bo farologaneng go tswa mo ditsebing
who had indicated or testified that a period of 5 years in which to perform this project of Life Esidimeni would have been practical and realistic. And would have been
mme bona ba tlhalositse gore lebaka la dingwaga di le 5 gore go ruwe di-transfer tse ka ko Life Esidimeni ke nako e leng gore e ka be e siametse go ka tsweletsa pele tiro eo.
And it would have been in the interest of the medical health care users if a longer period had been utilized.
Ebile go ne go tla tswela molemo ba medical health facilities ga ile gore dilo ne nka be di dirilwe ka tsela e maleba.
A ke kgone gore nka e araba ka reng ka baka la gore nna as the director mental health ke developile strategy sa go reduce ka 200 and the leadership e terminator ka lebella gore na di SLA di reng be ke sna
Okay, that's fine.
If it is before ke lebala dintlha tse ding tsa botlhokwa, madam. I do not know how to answer you on that, because as a director in mental health, director mo mental health go iragalang, doctor?
Ke developile strategy sa ho reduce mepete ka 200 every year for 5 years.
I developed a structure to register 200 beds.
Strategy.
I developed a strategy to develop 200 birds
To reduce.
a year. What did reduce or what did develop?
She
Or
developed a
okay.
strategy to reduce.
Okay. I developed the strategy to reduce bird to 200 each and every year for the period of 5 years.
Continue.
Am I correct? Dr. Manamela, is it correct to say that the strategy you've just referred to would have been favorable towards the mental health care users to ensure that they are properly cared for as required?
Doctor, are tsela e leng gore o e dirisa ya go kry-a go reduce dibet ga nka be ne le gore e latetswe ka tsela e maleba e ne tla tswela molemo le ba bang ba leng gore ba dira ka batho ba nang le malwetse a go gobatsega ka tlhaloganyo.
Ke nagana jwale mara ke sure ka gore ke re mathata a no ba gona.
I believe so, but I'm not certain because sometimes there are some problems that may arise or challenges.
But even, Dr. Manamela, should problems or challenges arise, taking into consideration the time period of 5 years, you would reasonably expect to be able to respond satisfactorily to such challenges or concerns.
Are le ga ine le gore mathata a na ka nna teng doctor go bolela gore ga nka be dilo ne di setse morago mo lobakeng la 5 years o no ne le ka kgona gore mathata ao le a bankanye ka nako e siameng go tsenyeleditse mo dingwageng tse di tlhanose.
Ke dumela jwale ka re ka ngwaga wa mathomo re kgonne go berekishana le life Esidimeni ya fokotsa ka 200.
I believe so because on the first year we managed to work with Life Esidimeni and they managed also to reduce the birds for 200 birds.
Now, Dr. Manamela, the goal that had to be reached in terms of the Life Esidimeni project within 3 months, taking into consideration, sorry, misinterpreter.
Doctor, se ne le rata go se fitlhella mo lebakeng la dikgwedi di le 3 ka Life Esidimeni. You can continue.
And the concerns and problems involved.
Le matshwenyego le mathata a leng gore a ne a le mo teng.
Was novel. Would that be correct?
That's what?
I can't get the question.
Sorry, my lady, I'll try and taking into consideration the fact that the Life Esidimeni contract, the present contract, for the transfer of medical health care users in the numbers involved?
Ka contractor ya ba Life Esidimeni ya gore e ka fokotsa balwetsi.
And the time period involved.
Le nako e leng gore e lekanyeditswe.
In which to execute the project.
gore project e tsweletswe pele.
Would actually exacerbate the situation the Gauteng department or your directorate was faced with should concerns and problems arise.
Ene ka feteletsa matsapa a leng gore a ka itemogela ke ba Gauteng department e leng gore wena o ne o tshwanela gore o arabe.
Did you pick it up?
I pick it up. Mara advocate uchela pelinjer 3 months. Is 3 months is misleading because kiss 6 months plus 3. Mara ki dumelana le gore ge nke be nako e be telele nke be motho o mongwe tše dingwe tša mathata re kgone go di bona ka pela ra dila le tšona.
Advocate, the statement of the 3 months period that you keep mentioning is misleading to me because the period that was mentioned, it was 6 months plus 3. And I agree that if this could have given sufficient time, some of the challenges could have been dealt with accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. Mr. Late.
May it please the court, my lady.
My lady, at this stage, I just need to indicate that this is actually something for argument.
Yes, correct.
This witness's opinion on this is pure speculation. Whatever the time frame is, it's not for her to answer to that. I think it's something that should be argued to this court, and finding must be made on the conspectus of the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. In any event, just to lay the matter to rest, the witness has already answered. Maybe we should just move on. Otherwise, we're going to spend another 30 minutes deliberating on that.
Absolutely, my lady. I'm not going to.
Has just noted Mr. Late's concerns.
I'm not going to labor this issue anything
yes. Further. Okay, thank you, Mr. Pinar.
I just want one further question I want to put, and then I think I should conclude my cross-examination.
Please.
Dr. Manamela, the Life Esidimeni project, as you refer to it, could it be described as an experiment in practice that could be utilized in future?
Dr. Manamela, Life Esidimeni project e le buang ka yona ana e ke project e ne le gore le ya experimenta ka yona mo goreng mo bokamosong le ka kgona go fitlhelela seo le se batlang.
Mo go nang le batho ba o tshwana le ba monagano nka se re ke ntho e re tshwanetse re experience ka yona. Nka se kgone go araba yona advocate because I value mental health care users. Nka se experience ka bona.
I can't answer you on that because when you are dealing with the people with mental health, I do care a lot about those people, so I cannot experiment with them.
Thank you. Please pass.
May it please the court, my lady. This fortuitously concludes my cross-examination of Dr. Manamela, my lady.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It has been a long day. I see it's now 10 to 4. The witness can be warned, and the proceedings will therefore be adjourned until Monday morning.
That's the 13th of February.
Monday, that is the 13th of February.
May it please the court, lady.
Dr. Manamela, Advocate Pinar o feditse go go botsa dipotso. mare case yona ga ise fele maeso e tlo go tswella pele ka Mantaga ka di 13 so khoto e tlo go kopa gore ka letsatsi la di 13 e le Mantaga o bo le fa ka mokgwa tshwanelo le ka nako e maleba e leng the 10 o'clock
Yes.
ya ura ya lesome 10 o'clock.
Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. The proceedings are therefore adjourned to Monday, the 13th of February, 2023.
May it please the court, my lady.
I don't want to keep you for a longer period. I thought when Mr. Pinar was done, we would discuss that issue, but then it's fine. I'll just see when we can discuss it in the course of next week, but I don't want to disrupt the proceedings. Thank you so much.
May it please the court, my lady. I'm
May it
in
please
debt to your ladyship.